I wonder if this one, if this kills the bit rate. Most likely it does. What's happening, guys? Anonymous here. We're gonna be joining or looking through a bunch of Atari 2600 games. Atari 2600 was my first console growing up. So yeah, we'll switch over to the screen. And amongst that was like H.e.r.o's Revenge and Combat and Pitfall and a bunch of games I grew up playing and really loved. And then I got a Nintendo and I basically didn't play my Atari anymore. We are playing this on the MiSTerFPGA, and just a disclaimer, the Atari 2600 in general has a horrible sync signal, as well as the ROM sets don't have proper mappers, so you have to rename the ROMs to the correct mapper. So there might be issues with HDMI or analog out on some of the games. It's an open source core, so things are changing, and the stream will actually could point out some of the issues that people are running into. Oh, there's also an INI, way to edit your INI file, which I'm going to post right now to have a little bit easier of a sync signal. Let me find that again. What's up, Zion Farm? It's going well. Just had some Outback Steakhouse and a beer. It was delicious. This will probably be one of 2 streams, or maybe even 3 streams. Depends on how many games we get through. I put A through L. I should actually put that in the title. We're going through A through L in this stream because that's 30 plus games. Let me get the Mr. INI. All right, so this is what I added to my. That's what I added to my Mr. INI file to adjust the VSync, and seems to help a lot. And then also I put on here, I'll show you. Put on auto for super chip, VBlink to regenerate, and yeah, and then you can switch those around if needed. All right, so let's spin the wheel and get going. Oh, it's dividing by 0. Kroll. But yeah, it's gonna be fun to explain. I know people hold the 2600 near and dear to their heart. A lot of people, it's their first console, and there's a lot of Atari 2600 enthusiasts. I've actually had a lot of fun with all of the other Atari units. We've streamed the Atari 800. And a few other of the Ataris. Let me see. Well, what's on here? The 5200, 7800. The Lynx we did a stream of as well. And I think there's a computer, right? Yeah, the 800 XL and the ST. So, all right, let's go on. So I don't think I've ever played Kroll. Should be interesting. And backseating is fine, because a lot of these games, like, you had an instruction booklet and you. Okay, so I need to defend the princess. Got it. Oh, is it a series of mini games? Kind of like Tron. I imagine I want to get to the door. Okay. I don't want to get bit by the spider. I'm in the vortex! Dude, how the hell do you get out of this? Well, Dano, I don't think you're gonna like the stream then. Might want to tune in another time. It's all Atari. Next 5 or 6 hours. Oh, so the timer's at the top. I see. What the frick? Am I doing it right? Anyone? I think I just reset the game. It's alright. Makes the exit dot appear, but then as soon as I leave the door, the dot disappears though. You get stuck in the spider web. Okay, exit dot. Oh, so I just have to go get the exit dot then, probably, even though it's not showing. Exit dot. Push the button on it. But like, so I have to hit a button when I get near there. Yo, Sane Reb, tell me what to do. I have no idea. And the orange parts of the web seem to be the really sticky parts. Meow. This is Kroll. Welcome, Garage Pinball. Yeah, I remember the arcade version. The cabinet's gorgeous in the arcade. There's also a Kroll pinball game. Only like 5 of them were made. I don't know if I remember the movie, so I don't know. Welcome, Lord Squeak. This would be easier with an arcade stick. So why am I, because I'm going through all my lives, maybe? Because when they steal the princess, I move on to the next challenge. So maybe I should just let them steal the princess. There's manual, thank you. This is on the MiSTerFPGA, exclamation point Mister. This is an open source FPGA recreation of hardware. This is the Atari 2600 core on it. Reach the cocoon, it will show you the passageway with the flashing dot. Alright, so we'll get up to the dot. Alright, so the dot's there. So what does that mean, the passageway? And thank you for trying to help out here. So where was the dot? Dot is right there. Okay. So it's like H.e.r.o's Revenge with a naked bartender. Do I have to catch that? I can't run past there. I had something to throw the first time. No idea. Alright, let's look at the manual here. Pick up. Oh, so I only got one clave and I wasted it right away. Okay, that makes sense. Yo, Retro Lovers, thank you so much for the raid there. Welcome. We're playing some Atari 2600 games today. About a week ago, I put out a request for my viewers' favorite Atari 2600 games, and we're going through those at random. We're on Kroll right now. I'm trying to understand how to play it. What's up, Squall? Welcome. Lino Bob, thank you for the follow. Right. Try this again. Ah! Alright, I'm gonna reset this one. Keystone Capers, yes, it is on there. Yeah, my the entire list is on my GitHub. Not GitHub, Pastebin, sorry. Dang it. I love the Atari 2600 sound effects for sure. Welcome, Zane's dad. Okay. I want to have a good first round here. What the frick, dude? It's like my tippy toe got hit by a laser beam. So partial fracture. So pick up the glaive. Okay. So now we have to find the escape in this. Yeah, this reminds me of the Tron arcade game with a bunch of mini games. All right, it's over there to the left. Oh, did I get it? Nope. Dude, I have to hold down curse word, but I have two of them. Sub Steffer and Qual, thanks for the follow there. Missing number, thank you for the follow. Oh, so this is. Oh, so you don't want to hit the dude. Okay. And I don't have any more claves, so I wonder if I die if I get another one. Do I get my clave back? Well, how the heck are you supposed to beat this then? The naked bartender with a tube top. Alright, so let's beat this. Let's try this again. E.T. is not on the list. Somebody tried to put E.T. on the list. I grew up with E.T. and I've seen it like... I hated it as a kid. I've seen it like speedrun and it looks like a fun speedrun. But yeah, I'm not gonna play E.T. I'm trying to find good games. You hope it is. They're evil. What if I just have to hold down? So no claves. Yo, Icarus, thanks for the host. Alright, where's the dot? Bottom right corner. Okay. Ah! So you have to hold down and hit the button. Yeah, this is cruel. The name of the game will always be... Oh, sorry. Will always be right below me, hopefully. If I have it set up correctly. Dang it. So I don't have another way of getting another hit on the thing. It wasn't up there, I was on the wrong tab, so game name. So I guess I just have to die here. Exit and go back to the spider stage. Can I exit? Huh. I can! Thank you, Sane. This is why I need you guys here around. So I would not have figured that out. Okay, dots in bottom right corner. One. Ah, I missed it! I missed it again! I must be doing it wrong? I'm holding down and trying to hit the button. Does it say in the manual how to collect those, Alright, so I guess we'll escape. Yeah, this is pretty advanced for... So I wonder if it's still in the bottom right corner. Dang it. I held up that time. Oh, you lose it. You don't... I didn't get to keep it. More. Just one thing. Oh, so I have to stay alive for the hourglass? Maybe. This is pretty cool though. He threw a faster one! Dude, I thought I had it that time. One more. Ah! I wonder if there's another minigame after this. So then what do I do after this? I guess I have to escape. That's so goofy. I doubt it saves my progress either. Yeah, I played Kroll, a restored Kroll at at Chicago Expo. It was gorgeous. The gameplay is pretty interesting too. Dude. All right, we're gonna move on here. Burger time. Burger time is a hard game. I don't think I've played the 2600 version. Oh, it just starts right into it. So those are hot dogs and ketchup patties. You have to make all your sandwiches. What? It wasn't even close. What is it up top? Is that salt? It is some salt, I think. Yo, Kirk, thanks for the follow. That was a salt. I wonder if I just have one salt. Probably. There's a lot of bread in these sandwiches. if they're riding on it, if one of them's touching like the burger patty, it falls all the way down. And you can also like land them on like that. The NES game and the arcade game is super hard for me. Like I'm pretty good at in general at classic arcades, and Burger Time's something I've never been able to get really good at. Hey, Antoine. They're gonna hit me. Okay, I froze him. Oh no, I got rid of him. Okay, nice. I'm gonna let this, whatever this yellow thing is. Never mind. That probably won't beat this stage. What's up, old guys play classics? Astro Blast? I'm not sure if that's on here or not. Should have waited. Cheese slices, you think? Oh, they probably are the cheese and the egg. Wow. Oh no! There's still bread over there! Do I have? Okay. I have one salt. Oh no! Go up the ladder, dude! Psyched out the cheese! Sound effects though. Who'd that be?
Hey y'all.
Yo, Molly. Thank you so much for 17 months. Wow, it's been 17 months already. Much appreciated. How you doing tonight? Oh, can I get the egg? What? That's bull. Oh, I'm screwed. I didn't realize that didn't continue or didn't touch at the top. Oh, I have to start this stage over too. That's unfortunate. Okay, same thing on the top this time, so I know that now. I think that's some more salt. What's up, Zane's dad? Hot dog was assaulted? Assaulted. I fired the salt the wrong way. A van situation? Dang. That's no good. I can't believe this one you have to start over. The cheese? Really? Alright, now that I understand, we'll do one more credit. You would have stayed and went to Allentown? Dang. Yeah, it looks like fun. I'm glad that a few of my friends got to go to that. So let's try getting these guys on. I don't think I can do it that way. I want to see if they ride down the bottom, if they're on it, like in the arcade game. It's a little dangerous though. Molly! What are you doing? Molly gifted, is that 5 subs? Thank you so much. Molly gifted subs to Neo Antoine, Mutterfutter, Drink Lime, Brian, and Icarus. Awesome. All regulars here, so thank you so much. That's awesome, Molly. Thank you. Enjoy your new dank emotes if you haven't had them already. Dude, the pepper. It's pepper, right? The pepper? It's not salt. And thank you again, Molly. Oh no! Dude, that. Oh, 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 oh! Come on! Okay, so the number is that 4. So now I know how many peppers I have, so that's good. I didn't know previously. I thought maybe I only had 1 pepper. But now that I know I have that many, I'll be more likely to use them. So Drink Lime. If you haven't already thanked Molly, please do. If you got a sub. So, I don't think it works the same way with writing down. With them writing down with the bread, or maybe I'm just not understanding it. Because if they're standing on a piece in the arcade game, they fall all the way down. That's the easiest way to do it. But you can also stand on these ones. Ah! Okay, so it still works, they just gotta be closer. And it didn't go all the way down, it went down 2. Maybe that's the way it is in the arcade game too, I don't know. I wonder if there's a left and a right pepper, if that's why I'm throwing pepper the wrong way. I think on the arcade cabinet there's just 1 pepper button. There's 1 on each side. So I thought I was facing left there to throw the pepper left. The more enemies, the more the food falls. Okay, that makes sense. Have you guys ever played Diner? It's on the Intellivision. It's the spiritual sequel to this. See, I was facing left and he threw the pepper right. There might be a left and right pepper on this game. I have a fire 1 and fire 2 though, and a paddle button. I don't want to leave this one all the way up at the top. Come on! Oh, I'm goofed. Facing left. Pepper. Doesn't work. Oh, I'm out of peppers in general. So, Horrible Pinball, welcome. Good old butt spot. I don't think I have any lives left. He went down? I goofed. Alright, well that's burger time. That's a pretty good port. It'd be fun as a kid, I think. Double Dragon. This is interesting. I've seen somebody play this before. It is a do what you can type of port. Yeah, it looks like that's what it did, Zane. Zane's dad, sorry. This game is impossible. The AI is just nasty. It actually looks impressive, but it just, they didn't give you enough control. I can't even imagine trying to play this on like the original Atari stick either. Hold on. And there's no elbow, so how am I supposed to do my exploit? Oh, so down is kick. Okay. Holy frick! I just got generated hardcore. And that's the game. Get good. Yeah, they had it for like every version, didn't they, Drake Lime? Frick! This might be the only version of Double Dragon that doesn't show the intro, too. Oh, I do have the elbow. I just did it by accident. Alright. Well, that's Double Dragon. Kaboom! So I need a paddle. Let's see if it's adapted for the joystick here. We'll see. I might be able to use my mouse. I'll just spam the buttons. Got it. Let's see if I can get this to work properly. Yeah. So I have my trackpad. Trackpad works fine. Doesn't work great, but it works enough to see what the game was about. Reverse attack from Mars. Dang. What? It's a fun game if you like stress. Jeebus Creebus, dude! What's up, Maxfire? I have like 8-year-olds smoking cigarettes playing this game. Is that it? Is just this one stage? 5200 version? You played on this game for... So it was... Wait, there's difficulty, isn't there? Do I have difficulty mapped? Stereo? Ooh. It has modes. Once you get past like what 10 of these stages. Oh, so here's the difficulty, I think. Oh no, that's probably 1 or 2 player. Oh, this is the harder mode. Look at this. My water puddles are smaller. The bombs look smaller too. So how did I switch that? Was that... Okay, this button right here. I'm using a trackpad. I'm sliding my finger left and right. It's not incredibly accurate. What's up, Tex? Yeah, it's not perfect for this. What's up, you boys? Welcome. Frostbite, I have not played. What's up, Mock? Welcome in, everyone. Appreciate everyone coming in for these streams. Wish I had like a way to fire at him. On a racing wheel? That's why these old Atari, like, world record holders are so freaking good at games. So they grew up playing this. Jiminy. Probably worth 6 to 8, sold for 2. Was it an auction or what? How did they handle it? Yeah, I know Atari collectors are crazy. I have 2 friends that are really big Atari collectors, down to the point where they collect like variations of the label. This is that was Kaboom. That was good. Just a little hard to really know what the heck I'm doing there. Alright, let's move on. I was just using a trackpad on a Logitech. That's probably why it would have been a lot better with a proper paddle. Lost luggage. You lost the dongle? That stinks. It's funny, we found like the same type of game back to back. There's different dongles for each Logitech keyboard. I have multiples in my house and they're not compatible with each other. So they do have unique keys. There's probably a way to like get a replacement key or something like that though. Crocodile.
Airplane arrival, cat bag runner. I am impressed at the synchronized running skills.
Thank you. Croc, thank you so much for how many months? 12 months? Thank you for a year. I'm surprised there's not like bad packages, like open packages in here that you're like not supposed to pick up. They started using unified dongles at one time? Oh, that's good. I will warn you, if you get one of these keyboards, you don't want the newest one because the function keys, the media keys are default versus hold on. Versus the function keys. So you have to hit function and the key to change to like use the F12, F10, etc. Solder it down. There is somebody told me, I'm like, oh, there's a way to like make it switch. So that's default, and that is true, but it's only true in Windows software. You have to install the special Logitech software, and it only works on that computer. So it didn't work because I want to use it with another MiSTer. Jiminy crickets. The underwear. It's a total cop out, yeah. These games are so fast. Yeah, Logitech definitely wants you installing their software for most of their peripherals. It totally is a person in the blue ones, I think. How are you? They threw two directionals at the same time, far left and far right. How in the H.e.r.o. are you supposed to get those? It sounds like it might be running a little bit fast too. Okay, that's gonna be game over, I assume. Kendricks is a friend, so just know that. But yeah, she said to report any games that I found glitches with. These games are $40 back then. Yeah, I know this core is her baby. I reached out to her and asked her about a few questions before the stream. Some were 50. That's ridiculous, dude. And like the art's all like amazing on the back, and then they show like 3 squares of. One's always the title screen, which looks amazing, and then 2 things of gameplay. And then you get it home and you're like bored after like 5-10 minutes. But since that was the only game you were gonna get for like the entire month, or maybe even 2 months, you made do and you played the crap out of it. For Phoenix, that's on the list here. Christmas only. Yeah, I mean, they were really expensive. Ah! Fudge. There's comb glasses. Was that a uterus? In that last... I'm just trying to figure out what all the things in the packages are. Some weird stuff in people's packages. I know Atari had a lot of lewd hacks. I bet you there's a hack of this game where the stuff in their suitcases questionable. It's like a baby in that one suitcase. I'm not using a trackpad on this one. I'm using a joystick. There's a bong. Weird stuff in people's packages. And like, why are they just dropping suitcases off? There's no kind of like... That's a uterus right there. Or like a skull of a bull or something? Yeah, dang it. Alright. That's lost luggage. The combs are gigantic. The combs would kill you. Beam Rider. Good old Beam Rider. This looks cool. That's funny, Shane. Yo, what's up on Love, Tommy? Have not played Jungle Hunt, no. So I kind of lock to these lines here. I assume that's why it's called Beam Rider. So you try to guess which one they're gonna end out on. Kind of like a flat Tempest, or Tempest 2000. I can't go up or down. I want to shoot that ship. This kind of reminds me of Phoenix. Yeah, babe.
Yo, yo.
Bird Bass, thank you. The 3 months, yo yo. Welcome to the stream. Yeah! This game's cool. I like this game a lot. Give you gray hair. That's probably some kind of power up there. Dang it. Dang. I don't think they're gonna intersect into lines where I already have shots in, so I was shooting too early there. This is gonna start to get difficult. This game rules. Dang it. I need to write this one down. Beam writer. So I usually mark my favorites. So let me mark this. Beam writer. Let's play another game of this. No backseating. What, the game backseating? Or backseating in general? Backseating is fine. This is Beam writer, yeah. I mean, this is basically a shmup. I didn't know there was any... I didn't know there was anything like this on the Atari. The thing in the bottom left are my lives. Not sure what the collecting the yellow ones do. Oh, I can hit up here. I can hit up there. Okay. I didn't know you could shoot. So let's see if we can actually shoot here. Okay, so you do have a attack, but it's limited, the top corner. So if you absolutely do get messed up, you can use that. I wonder if it clears only the first item or everything in the lane. Okay, there's nothing on down. He must have shot when he came down there. I thought that might be a power-up, so I tried it. Alright, let's start this one over. What are those, dude? Oh, is it a one up? Okay. So when you shoot them, they blow up. Well, we can try that. It's a good idea to try. So yeah, don't shoot the one-ups. Dang it. What's up, Speckles? I think it's just trying to show movement. Yeah, I wanted to torpedo the ship, but the bullets got in the way. It's hard to clear a path there. Okay, you start with, you get your 3 shots, your super shots reloaded. And their status is in the top right. Oh, sweet. Big bada boom. Are those worth a lot more? Are you guys watching the score at all? Tight. Dang, dude. "16 tweets is the size of these games. That's insane. Yo! That dude just flew right at me. Dang it. 2600. H.e.r.o's Revenge was my favorite. And then Donkey Kong Jr. And then NES. So I shot down. I thought that'd get rid of that shot. Yeah, it's really good, Gamma. So is the Miss Pac-Man. The Miss Pac-Man's a lot better than the original. Dang it. Just got this one guy left. Oh, what are these bouncy ball things? Those are nasty. Oof. Yeah, Sector 7 and up are gonna take some serious concentration. Ah! Nice. Dang it. I thought that was a power-up, but then there was another thing following it. I thought it would be a wash. Don't know if those green ones are lives or not. There's normal life though. Didn't mean to go right. I fired my shot, but I guess that doesn't matter. Alright. Well, that is Beam Rider. I really like that. Sweet game. Journey Escape. Is Journey Escape? Oh no, I was gonna ask if Journey and Escape was the two different games, but I see it. It's the Journey game. It's like one key off, dude. I hope not, Crocodile. It actually is smart enough to recognize that. Alright. Alright, collect the Kool-Aid, guys. What was it you say I do here? I'm not interacting with anything. Climb the wall? Fall in love? Nope. Get the stop signs? Nope. You can't collect the hearts, though. Big stop sign. Okay, I lose money. Okay, yeah, I see that now. So I start off with 50,000. Do I just try to not hit anything? I need my drum kit though. So you probably are collecting the instruments for the band and then trying not to talk to the bookies or the groupies. It's the story I'm going with right now. So I probably have to collect all 4 instruments in the 22. Maybe. Nope. I was blinking. I thought it was important. Is that the game? Let's look up a play up. RGB or Atari 2600. How does that handle sync there, Mad? What's that, Bruzy? 2600 Journey Escape. Complete game. I bet you this video is stretched out. It is not. Okay, you want to collect those dudes. How did he get more time? He got more time when he collected the drums? Oh, great. Alright. I got it. It's a bad game. What? Can't say I like this game. I'm gonna run out of time. Oh, there it was right there. Okay. Some Zanes and Lionel Playword, huh? I got mine from KB Toys. We're talking about 2600. There was a smaller shop I used to go to that, like, as soon as you walk in, it has a it had like a glass kiosk where they had the games in there. I remember the Atari games always had like the best art. I'm like, oh man, this game's gonna be amazing. And then you'd get it home and usually it was pretty disappointing. So I think that little tiny blue guy is actually invincibility. Dang it! We can find one. Where's the portal? Ah! Fudge. Dang. Alright, Gamma. Yeah, this is not as... I wonder if this is more difficult or something. It's red now. Music. Ah! What? Curse words. Did this have the Journey license or no? Okay, that is invincibility, but it only lasts for a certain amount of time. Oh, there's the drum set or... No, that wasn't anything. Dude, it's right there! The portal's right there! Oh, that is not a good game. Alright, let's get out of there. What? Is it not pulling games out? It's supposed to be. Dragonfire. So if you, make sure you're, and I said this earlier on the stream, a lot of people have trouble with certain Atari games. The trick of it is to rename the ROM the mapper that it uses. So like Crystal Castle uses the F65 mapper, so that you'll see a bunch of these are renamed at the end so that it loads the correct mapper. And that fixed a lot of the issues I was having. Dragonfire. We played Kroll. I seemed to get a hang of it at the end. I should actually mark Kroll as a good game too, because I kind of did enjoy that. Let me mark that. It's a good game. Kroll. Alright, what's this game about? Okay, I can jump. I can jump and duck. Jeez. So you get in the dragon's castle and you steal his stuff. Okay. And then you can escape. Okay. Got it. That top flame, though. Can I just run away? Yo, that dragon was fast as shit! This is a good game. You always have to like take it. A lot of people don't do this when they play retro games. You have to take into consideration the year this came out, and like, is it fun? Is the action there? Yes. Does the game look amazing? No. Is it very simple? Yes. I mean, you have to take all of that into consideration when you play retro games, and I think a lot of people don't. So that's how I'm able to find fun games in these old systems. Whoa, that dragon's so fast! You can hide back in the door too, dude. Whee! Wish I could hide back here. Can I? I can. Okay, cool. Hello? The Turbo Dragon? The old Activision commercials and iMagic commercials? Yeah, I should watch those. Phil Hartman's in it? I love Phil Hartman. R.I.P. Turbo Dragon! It's like a backflip. Oh, I tried to hide back in there. Dude, I'm dying so much. It's hard to for me to avoid these flames. Oof! Ah! Yeah, this game for Intellivision, nice. What's the general consensus of which versions are better? Is it usually the 2600 version's better, or the Intellivision version is better? Or are they very similar hardware? I know Intellivision and ColecoVision are similar hardware, right? Is that correct? Dude, I can't believe it just does a freaking huge pattern. Intellivision is more powerful. What I want to see is somebody, what's the game on Steam where you go and you stab? You like try to run to each other's sides. I want to see that game get recreated for a legacy console or computer. That game's so much fun. Nidhogg, yeah. Is there any retro port of Nidhogg? Okay, so I just need to come all the way down and then go right to get back into the door. Dude, what the frick are you supposed to do there? The firing pattern's too thick to get through. That's ridiculous. That dragon comes in hot. Frick. This game's fun though. I like this. It'd be fun to be good at it. What? Let's restart. Bruh. Ha! Dragon. I jumped over it. That dragon, purple dragon is not effing around. Let's I need to bring out the big boy for this. Fucking dragon. Excuse my language. Is the dragon supposed to be this freaking fast? It's like you can't react to that, dude. It's so fast you can't react to it. Alright, that game rules, but holy moly is it ridiculously hard. Unless I have it on like hardest difficulty by accident or something. Crackpots. I hate spiders, even in video games. Oh, they get closer or something? Jumping spiders. Spiders look cute. I don't like spiders. I had like a childhood trauma with them. What is wrong with the Intellivision? I think it works, right? It's an unofficial core, so you have to manually grab it, but if we're talking about the MiSTer core. Yeah, let's not start talking about spiders. Me saying I don't like spiders does not mean I want to talk about spiders. It means I don't want to talk about spiders at all. No, I don't like cockroaches either. I'm in Florida, that's why we have palmetto bugs. We have cockroaches that are huge that fly at your face. They're not fun either. Anywho, always at your face. You know, Stitch, there's a reason why they do that, right? Correct. They're like, ooh, there's some fresh CO2 over there. happens to be coming out of your mouth. Dude, these green spiders freaking rock my day. Holy crud. Because they know we'll squeal. Don't think that's the reason, but... Alright, this game is making me itchy. That's how much I don't like these things. Keystone Capers. Don't know what this game is. Oh, this is the game that somebody asked about earlier. Right? I'm glad somebody else was having trouble with the game, homie, because I did not like it. Elevator, I assume? Oh, he might escape. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, Croc. You have to hit down and up. You have to hit... was that good or bad, that thing? What does that do? Bad? Okay, so jump over it next time. Nice. Looks like I'd have to wait for the elevator. Okay, I can duck. Elevator should be on time now. Maybe. Come on. I'm not gonna make it. Okay. What? That's bull. This game seems cool. Oh, so as soon as it hits the other side of the screen, it wraps. Okay. I understand now. I was like, what the heck? Probably could wait for this, huh? It's an advanced strat. You guys wouldn't know it. It probably was still faster. Oh, the ball bounces weird now. Meh. Meh. Ah! Go! Fudge. So it wants me to duck underneath it, it looks like. It's gonna go down. Oh, it's not. Eat. Where you at, bad boy? Oh, he starts running away from you. Okay. Interesting. I assumed you tried to be like making an escape out the top roof. Oh, what? Why? Can't run past the elevators? I thought I could make it. Alright. Oh, there's a timer? Okay. I understand now. Let's go. Radar? How do I get radar? I'm watching at the bottom, yeah. That's how I knew how he turned around. Oh, you just don't want to get ahead of him. Okay. Yeah, I did a whole Atari 800 exploring stream and found a lot of really cool games. I think my favorite was Alley Cats. But I have that archive is up on YouTube. A lot of cool games though, for sure. Trying to make it to the elevator. I still think it's faster to always wait for the elevator, it looks like. Do the cash bags just give you score? Or does anything give you... Okay, that just gave me score. Does anything give you timer? It's gonna go down and then up, isn't it? Timing might be right, though. 50 points. I think you're better off waiting for the elevator. I'm gonna get you. That is a fast cart now. Oof. Dang it. It takes a while. Bing! So I wonder now what's gonna happen. He starts running away. Okay, that's right. Oh, guys, I like getting advice when I ask for it, but usually when I don't, it's a little much. It's okay, Dad. It's okay, buddy. Yeah, no problem. So, is there no way to go down here? No reason to apologize. Okay, so now I know. Now I know. So you definitely don't want to get past them for that reason. That's the main reason, probably. Woo-wee! I thought the escalators might go down, but looking at them now, they only go up. Oh, why did I do that? Dang it. That go? Okay. No! Oh, he can go down? Dang. I'm gonna get you! Oh man, 3 cycles, 4 cycles. 1, 2, 3. You could probably get away with 3. Oh, so I'm losing timer when I hit those radios. Dang it. I wish something gave you timer back. I meant to duck. My game rules. The Keystone Capers, I'm gonna mark that as a good game. Crocodile. That is a good game. Classic. This game used to kick my butt. I had this game as a kid. This game's nasty. In a good way. Oh, is that you, Croc? Alright, I'm gonna get a soda. I'll be right back. Yeah, I love the way that the characters move in this version. Like, there's a lot of like personality, especially on the ropes. All right. Yeah, it's like pure RGB, you know, like, it looks pretty crisp. Oh, he's got more of like a huge slope. Okay. Yeah, look at this. Parallax scrolling, dude. Sorry, the volume levels are all over the place on this console, so I do apologize for that. Constantly having to adjust it. Well, there is a composite blend, I believe. At least there is on other cores. Oof! I always forgot how to beat these guys. How do you beat them? Must be at the... There. Oh dang, empty nest, man. Sorry to... I know that's a thing that people deal with. We saved her. Yeah, see if there is composite blinking. It doesn't look like there is on this one. A lot of the cores have like a composite filter you can turn on. Well, that wasn't good. This one. Oof! Maybe that's a later stage? I don't know. Ah! I never get the timing on stabbing them correctly, so I don't even try. Oh, that's in. Okay. New game. On the first one, you can almost just go buck wild on the first stage, I remember, as a kid. What's up, Denmark? It does make you do that. I've showed off pictures of my real hardware just collecting dust, but it's... Once you have it, you always have every console, every computer set up. It's just so convenient that a lot of times you don't want to whip out the real hardware. Plus it's nice having universal controllers, easy loading. But I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you, it's worth it. That way you're also preserving your original hardware, not adding any wear and tear. You always have the original hardware to go back to. Oh, really, Nintendo? I've heard that concern as well. I've also heard people don't want to have to scroll through tons and tons of ROMs. Like, just have it organized. But I'll tell you right now, it's the best Genesis I have. It's the best Nintendo I have. It's the best, and I have these systems. The NES palette I have on the NES is insane. The extension audio or expansion audio is insane. Like, this is coming from a recovered hardware snob, because I was a huge hardware snob for the longest time. When I started off my streams, it was always wondering if I could go underneath that. Might be able to. I prided myself on all original hardware. It was in the title, etc. Now I don't care. Eventually, yeah. Sad. We'll talk about a sad thing to talk about. I'm getting like scared of the CRT apocalypse. That's inevitably going to be coming 10, 20 years from now. Yeah, I mean, original hardwares die if you have caps or leaking batteries, etc. Yeah, they're just ticking time bombs. When it comes to all the stuff on the original hardware. Capacitors fail and leak, batteries. Plus, they only have a certain amount of hours they're meant to be built and run for. Yeah, they're not making anymore. Maybe it'll become cool and retro and they'll open up a CRT factory again. But I doubt that's gonna happen. That's a fast little rope, dude. Yeah, I play on a CRT. I play on a PVM. I highly recommend that with the MiSTer, because it makes all the difference. It's the gator that killed me last time. They go from anywhere to like now probably around 300 to 500 depending on your case and your options, but I play on with the nice aluminum case. I would say probably up in the higher amount. I should have built one of HDMI only for I think 240 is what I charged. But that was with some DE10, Drastic DE10s at the lower price point. They went up like 30 or 45 bucks. .3D printing like retro parts. Yeah, that's an interesting thought, but you'd have to have like access to all the elements. How are Nixies being made? I want my 3D printed food. Install one of those in the kitchen and you can have like whatever you want. You can download people's recipes and then I get to try like one of Evil Way's burgers or ribs or something. But that's not coming anytime soon. What, the guy remaking Nixie Tubes? That's cool. $150 a tube. Thanks. I'd still like a Nixie clock, but don't know if I need one. They look cool though. $1,000? What are the kits that are on Etsy for a lot cheaper then? Yeah. Is there something wrong with those or no? Nothing wrong? Cool. I imagine a newest CRT would be very, very expensive. Do you get custom on-screen keyboard overlays for each microcomputer? I mean, I have like a wireless keyboard hooked up. You can hook up Bluetooth key controllers. They can play everything like that remotely. And then as far as you have like a Linux like menu system that overlays every core. So you launch the core, and then you have like a menu system like this. This is how you load ROMs and change options. But since you're recreating the hardware, most of the hardware runs like the original hardware. So I have a reset button. I have, the paddle button. You have whatever the original computer had. There's no new way of running an old system. It's just a easier way to load stuff. Super dead. Yeah, somebody tried to work on light guns. And now we have a mouse crosshair and a Wii. You can use like a Wii emote. With an IR sensor, I think. USB IR, dolphin sensor. I think I have one. I think I have the stuff to do that. I just never done it. Did I see the purple Lumina case? I retweeted it. Yeah, it looks cool. He asked me a while back, like, what other color should I do? And I said purple. And he said, oh, we're already gonna prototype one of those, so I think it looks good. A little purple sparkle. I have a black aluminum case and a silver one. There's a new case out there too. Retro Man Cave made a cool looking MiSTer setup. It's a whole custom I/O board too, I think. The powered USB hub. And it's a 3D printed case that's kind of console looking. I posted it in my Discord. Dude, that's ridiculous. Yeah, you can control everything from the controller as well. So like you can map the menu button, then load the game this way and play it. You can use a controller if you want to for everything. Yo, all.
Hey, Owl. Getting excited about the Saturn Core.
Yeah, the Saturn Core is booting up 2 games now, so that's really exciting. I'm hoping SRJ 320 moves over to the PlayStation Core after they get done with the Saturn Core. But, we'll see if that happens or not. Very exciting. The Saturn Core, man. Imagine having... So, I have a 256, I think, gigabyte. I might have larger. In my MiSTer. But what I do have, I guess it's plugged in right now. I have another one right here though. Is I have these little Seagate hard drives, and this has every Sega CD game. This has every PC Engine game, as well as the A-046 core. So I think these are only 1 terabyte. So you could probably get, these are old too. So you could probably get like a 10 or 2 terabyte one. Then have have like a handful of games on your MiSTer SD card. And then when you want complete collections or when you're at home, just plug this in and you'll have every Saturn game, every PlayStation game, etc. So that's what I'm gonna be doing here. Combat. I was told by multiple people to play this 2-player. I don't see another player on here. We'll have to make do. Does not work single player? Okay. I used to play this game with my mom. I remember that. I think this is the first game I got her to play with me. So there's just no computer AI. Yeah, this is Atari 2600, man. We're playing all Atari 2600 stuff. It'd be cool if it had a online player. So yeah, that's combat, unfortunately. Can't really show that off. I used to love this game though, I remember. We used to play the heck out of this. My brother and I and my mom. California games. Played this on other systems, but I don't know if I ever played it on the Atari. Is that Louie Louie? It is. Kinda. Okay, so these are all the mini games. Or is that your character? I'm confused. Dude, I just remember I never was good at this hacky sack. How do you do the spin? Oh yeah. Working it from the back. So how long do you do this for? Oh, it's blinking, so it's probably running out of time. Delmar. Now Delmar has to go. Alright, so I must have messed up here. Let's only do one person. Just be Casio. Excuse me? Are you broken? What's the biggest trick in the hacky-sack game? Like what's the biggest baddest thing I can do? Maybe like a double turn? I don't think I got extra points for that. Do I have a hat on? Or am I balding? I think I'm balding. Like that they chose a hacky-sack player that's balding. Oh yeah, I did get points. Oh, so it shows like Tony Hawk. It shows like potential points at the bottom in blue. Okay. We're gonna do a big boy trick. Oh, this is the game I could never skate, dude. Never knew what I was doing here. Yep. Nothing's changed. If anybody wants to backseat this part, feel free to. So that's using a button 2. The other buttons do anything? Coming in hot. Double! Oh, that was a big one. Dang it. He does this like little stomp thing in the air. Thrilling. And I was pointing the joystick like down, left, up. Oh man. I remember this kicking my butt. This looks really good on the links. Whee! Whee! He just sent it. I would have died right there. How are you supposed to land? I missed that flag. Just land on his butt. Full speed. That was the surfing thing. Yeah, don't know how to do this either. Trying to go up and do a trick. That count? Oh, you like steer joystick. Okay, I understand a little bit better now. You steer left and right. I was trying to go aim the direction I wanted to be in. I think. All right, I think that's all the games that were offered. Rat Gem. Uh-oh. Dragster. The controversial game Dragster. How do you play this? I actually don't know how to play Dragster. Why is the image so freaking small? Do I have any other thing that is even smaller? Let's look. 5x. Let me copy this. Might have to make a Atari 2600 layout. Oh, I have one. It's still not small enough though. Let me resize this. 1 second. I need to paste this. Okay. And move it down. Good. Rename this. Put on some music for a minute. Let me reset the transform on this 1 second. What's up, Fresh? So, how off is this? Alright, let's try that. Because some of the video, I think the Atari, every single game has a different resolution, kind of like arcade games. So this layout might not work for other ones, but I was getting a lot, for this game specifically, there's a lot being cropped out. Fresh Micah. Micah, thanks for the follow. I might actually have to look up how to play Dragster, because it's not intuitive. Yeah, you have to... Dude, the first few shifts are so quick. Okay, so I'm blowing it going to C. So, okay, there's only 4 gears. Alright. Dang it. $7.18. All right. What are the times? What's the world record times? $6.31. That's about all the time I want to spend with Dragster there. Was that good? 6:31. $6.14. That's my birthday. that's good. Good number to end on. Dragster, huh? It's a game. Armadar. Isn't this a shmup? I think this is an arcade game. No. What is this? Yeah, and thank you, Bvort. What happens when you make the box? Nothing? When I hit a button, they go dark. I don't know what that means. What if this is somebody's favorite game? Why didn't that, I thought that would have completed all the ones that were left. No? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't play like Quicks, really. Play Quicks a lot. Could do something like that, though. Which reminds me of you ever draw? It's an old game to play as a kid where you draw a bunch of dots on like a dot matrix on a piece of paper, and then you take turns completing the square with 2 players. That's what this reminds me of. All the games are pre-selected. I put a call out on Twitter and Discord and a bunch of other social media, so the list is already complete in the wheel. We're playing A through L today of the recommended list, and the full list is up on my paste bin. There's like 60 plus games, 68 games, 66 games that were recommended to me. Hey, little piggies. I'm shaped different now, too. These piggies move a lot faster. Can I zone them in to a square? Oh yeah, and what is the? I wonder what the button does. Paint roller, kind of like make tracks. All right, well that's Armadar or Amadar. Probably good on that one. Wait, what was the game we just played? Not before Dragster. I just didn't know if I need to mark my list of a good game. A bunch of people recommended Barnstorming here. So I'm looking forward to that. Oh. So even the 2600 layout I made is not perfect. Dang it. Small. Alright, so what's Barnstorming about? Bunch of people love this game. Yeah, we played Keystone Capers. That game was great. It's not starting for me. Barnstorming. So I do anything other than avoid the birds and the other stuff? Oh, I probably go through the barns, don't I? Considering the name. Kind of like you do in that Snoopy game. I go through the barn? I do. Does that... Is that required? It does give me more time, it looks like. Gives me more time. Okay. There's no way to slow down. Other than letting off the gas. Okay. I think I understand the gist of it. Is that the game? Finish the level as fast as you can. Okay. I don't think the oh, it counts the barns. Does it count the barns? Is what that 5 is? 4, 3. You have to go through a certain amount of barns. Okay, one more barn. Is this the whole game? I'm gonna be surprised if this is the whole game because this was recommended like 10 times from people. Alright. Interesting. Oh yeah, Pitfall is the one I want to obviously mark as a good game. That's what it was. Not Pitfall, Jungle Hunt that we played. Alright, so how do we adjust the difficulty here? Alright, let's try that. Level 4. Oh, it is more barns. 20 barns. Is it Immortal Night? It's not a bad game. It's a game. All right. Frostbite. I've never played Frostbite. Hmm. Like building an igloo? Maybe you're collecting ice to build an igloo? That's what it looks like. Aight. What happened to my jumps? Can't jump from left to right. That kind of stinks. The bird got me? Okay. H.e.r.o was pretty good. My favorite was a shmup. What's it called? Beam Rider was my favorite so far. That game rules. Oh, so the birds drag you. I see it. Dragonfire was rad too. Did I mark Dragonfire? I didn't. I need to mark that as good. Dragonfire was fun. I didn't hit up! You can change ice direction too? How's that? I gotta go all the way down to the bottom again? That's crazy. Stampede. No, Stampede's not gonna happen. We're doing A through L today. So I'm gonna... Didn't see that coming. I think Stampede's on the list though. I can double check. So there's no way to get out of the birds? Stampede is on the list. Okay. I was wondering how big the gaps in the middle were. Let's start this over. This is fun. This is like a Frogger variation. Kind of Frogger, kind of Cubert. So I'm screwed. Oh, so I hit the button to change the direction. Okay. But the bird caught up with me. Okay. Alright. We're fully armed with knowledge on how to play now. Cool. I see now. Oh, the direction though changes your takes away your ice progress. That stinks. Yeah, I'm about to freeze to death. Alright. It's too costly. Change the ice direction. I wish there was a way to speed up the ice. Nice. You can change direction when you're jumping to diagonals. So that means this game probably has a pretty high skill ceiling. Like you could probably get really good at this game. I do have Pressure Cooker on the list as well. You should be able to jump from ice brick to ice brick. I like that you can change your direction though. That's huge. I wanna jump to the other ones. All right, let's start this over. This game could be totally addicting. Really? Well, freeze! Okay. Are you kidding me? Okay, this is addicting. $700,000 would be a lot of points. Didn't mean to go that way. I think I tried to do a diagonal jump there. Dang it. $700,000. Polar bear. That was a bad directional. I meant to go right. That's cool. I like this game. I'm gonna add this to a nice find. Frostbite. Guys. I was really surprised by the NES version of this game. It was pretty awesome. It has a bunch of additional stuff added to it. Yo, what's up, Jimmy? We've been playing some 2600 games all night. On some pretty good ones so far. All right. this song. Can I get some cat jams? Don't kill the song. It was doing so good for a second. Oh, here we go. Oh, really? That's funny. What's up, Dash? I'm sure somebody's marathoned this game for like 10 hours too. It feels like very Russian, the song. Come on, buddy. He warps to Uranus. I got hit. Oh, I guess I had a shot power up going on because I kind of had like a left-right shot. Now it's just a straight shot. That's unfortunate. I lost that, dying. Oh, I have it back now. Okay. Some kind of power up. If you were playing this as a kid, you'd probably remember like every spawn point where they were coming out of. Is that PGH fan? Pinberg Pin fan? Plays pretty well too, and it handles the controls similar to how other games handle gyroscope controls, because the original cabinet had a circular joystick, and instead of going left and right, you just aimed at where you wanted your ship to be, and it's handling that the same way, and so it's handling pretty well here, especially on an arcade stick. Any IQ tomorrow? You doing a pro or premium? And congratulations. I was offered up a pro for a really good price, and I think I need a premium eventually. Yeah, the tutorial stream ended up really well. I'm really happy with how it went. Oh, there's like asteroids now too. A bunch of people are commenting that they're enjoying the tutorial stream, so I think we're gonna try to focus on doing more of those. I think Guardians of the Galaxy is next, since there really isn't any updated streams on that where they really explain interesting strats. Used premium. Dude, that's awesome. Whisper me the price. I want to know. Does it have any mods? If you don't have to. If you don't want to. It's just I'm in the market as well, so I'm wondering like what they're going for. I got my Iron Maiden Premium with shaker motor, topper, and pen graphics. The inside graphics for $6 grand, which was insane. I was supposed to actually get a Rick and Morty or whatever Scott's next game was going to be, but I couldn't pass that up, so I ended up taking that. I imagine it would be like probably 7.5, 7.3, unless it has a bunch of add-ons. Did I die? Is that it? Okay, so I must have died there. I thought I was doing fine. This game's cool. This is a really good version. This is fun. I can see myself. I would have been playing the crap out of this if I had this as a kid, and I would have been happy with it. Got a pro for that price. For $6? I got offered a pro from a fellow stream friend for $4,800 with a shaker, a tilt topper, and graphics on the inside. That's a steal. This is Atari 2600 we're playing. We're playing all Atari 2600 stuff. And welcome Thistle Brew, by the way. This is the game's right underneath me, Gyrus. We're doing a random selection of viewer recommendations. So in between games, I'm checking games out for anywhere from 2 to 15 minutes, depending on how much I want to play them. So the bad games I'm skipping right away because I'm only trying to find really good games. But I am giving the time it needs to assess the game. This game's rad. And then, so we're going A through M today, A through L. And then the next stream, which will probably be tomorrow or Tuesday, we'll go M through Z. One thing that stinks about doing that is that a lot of the best games are like M and S around that area. So tomorrow's stream is gonna have even more bangers. The Gyrus NES game though, I mentioned if you weren't here earlier, is really good. It has boss battles and stuff. It's really cool. They added a lot to the arcade game. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, it's not in the normal place because it's the chrome. I'm stealing the small square from the wheel spinner. This is a really fun arcade game too. If you guys have never cracked out to it, if you ever see one, spend some time with it. It's a lot of fun. The controls get a little take a little time to get used to, but it's a really, really fun game. And the music and the action, it's really action-packed. Yeah, especially if the Bose speakers work, yeah. Certified banger. Is this a published by Konami or developed by Konami game? Do you know? The arcade game there, Croc? I was thinking it was Centauri for some reason, but I know it didn't have a Centauri cab. It's Konami. The designers didn't like it, huh? Interesting. Centauri made the cabs? Okay. Cab is really cool too. Moonbeam. Yo, Moonbeam, thank you so much for the raid there. We're playing Atari 2600 games. I'm checking off a list of 60 games to go through, so we'll be doing this for today and tomorrow. Welcome in, everyone. We're playing on the MiSTerFPGA. This is the Atari 2600 core. This is some Gyrus. This game bangs. What were you guys playing? What up, Moonbeam? Thanks again for the raid. You gotta turn on that notification text. They stream quite often, a couple times a week. Whether it's a solo Pete stream, Amber stream, or their combined streams. I think they have a published schedule too. They're not slackers like me and stream when they want to. Croc, can you give them a shout out please? Just !SO Moonbeam Arcade. Actually, I don't know if it's on... I don't know if it's on this layout. Here, well, I know it's on this layout. No? Where's the shout out? Normally it plays a little clip. Oh yeah, this is getting pretty difficult now. I don't remember asteroids in the original version. Dang it. Oh, 2600 as well? Nice. Well, that's Gyrus. So let's go back to the wheel and do a spin here. You're only 78% slackers. Fast food. All right. this related to? Well, I assume it's the Atari game. Is it? No, because I'm thinking of the one where the kid runs around and eats stuff. I've seen this get ported to like every system. Is it this? Is it the same game? There's no way. Just don't eat the purple pickles. Okay. So just like real life. Can I eat the green pickles? Don't eat the eggplants. Okay. No eggplants. Can I get some eggplant emotes in chat there? You're getting fatter? Fuck you. Excuse my language. Do you want to get fatter? Is that a good thing? I've never been insulted by a game before. I felt that instantly. I should make that an alert or something. Dang it. It looks like it's getting fast. Holy moly! How many eggplants can you eat? It hurts every time it scrolls the screen. Somebody just whipped an eggplant on my face. Play the vegan version. That was one of your personal favorites, really? That's funny. I thought this game was always like a meme. I've seen it like converted to almost every console. I didn't know it was like a legitimate game. Because normally it's in like homebrew or conversion sections. Doesn't seem to be any timer, so you could play it safe just in that far right corner. Dang it. Or maybe. Never mind. Dang it. Dude, some of them spawn, the eggplants spawn in the middle of the screen. Are they not? That's fast food. A lot of these games are like really high difficulty and rather stressful. It's a interesting mix of games. 11 out of 10 classic. Berserk. I wonder. I think there is an enhanced version of Berserk. We could play the normal version, but I'm pretty sure there's like a later homebrew version that's supposed to be awesome. Let's look. Super chip version, I think. This Donkey Kong's really good. No, I guess not then. See, all these versions are like really nice versions of like homebrew recreations of arcade games, and they're really good. So, alright, we'll just play this version. $150. This is the biggest sprites I've ever seen on a Berserk game. I've also never seen a Berserk game spawn you right next to a one of these guys. First word. Yeah, what does evil auto say? It says intruder. Shouldn't be walking up there. Alright, let's start that over. Really? Interesting. You guys know what the first pinball game has a murder on the back glass? Maybe the only one? Family Guy? Is there a murder happening on Family Guy? Croc, I thought that fact was about Robotron 2084. Am I mistaken? Can only have one bullet out at a time. Okay. Pong the ball dice. It is Berserk, huh? I always thought it was Robotron 24. I don't know why. I think somebody told me that. Interesting. Alright. Yo, those bullets were so fast. How in the heck am I supposed to get past this? And that's the game. Okay. This is a good version of it. It's very different. Most of the ports of this are actually pretty arcade. I'm not gonna say perfect, but they represent the arcade game very well. This version is definitely like a console port of it, you know, because the game doesn't have too many requirements to get the arcade game in there, so most ports are actually really good. Like, there's even an NES port homebrew that's pretty accurate. But yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, you can shoot the bullet. Dang it. Oh yeah, is that what they're doing? Okay, interesting. That makes a little more sense then. Alright, so that's Berserk. Atlantis. I don't know if I know what this game is. Oh, I think I've played this. Do I really? I thought I would shoot the side ones. Okay. So left and right gives me access to the other turrets, and then the straight shots in the middle. You just wreck my city. And then you have to survive with whatever you have left. Meh. What's up, Evan? Welcome. Never. If it was a good game, maybe. It's not a good game, though. I don't know. Atari has the 2600 has a few loot carts. Alright, this game stinks. Ooh. Known good game here. Hey, look. It matches my layout. It's the first game with an Easter egg, right? I don't know how to play this game though. It doesn't unlock that one. This game has so many firsts. That's cool. Oh, so I probably need a yellow key. No? Hmm. Yeah, what is that thing that's wrecking my day? Where does the key work? What are those things? Oh, really? I didn't know about the audio Easter egg. It's a full-on maze, dude. Holy crud. He looks like a seahorse. Why did they give him an empty belly? He's a dragon. Because he eats me? Oh, interesting. Did that unlock that door? I lost my key. Oh, it's right there. I'm so confused. Oh, so this wraps around. Okay. Are these lines doors that get opened up by keys? Because I'm not understanding that. For gates? Okay. Keys open castles? So I need a certain key. Probably need the black key for right here. Yeah, spoiler's fine for this one. Okay. We'll try to remember how to get back to that key. Go to the yellow castle and get the sword. So I need... I was going to go back to the go get the black key, but I guess I should try to find the yellow, wherever the yellow castle is. On the first screen. Alright, let's just reset it then. Okay. Yellow castle. Yellow gate. Oh yeah, this I forget. I always forget that this isn't a arrow, it's a sword. Okay, so I have the sword now. Got him. So just go kill all the dragons? Because there's a couple of them, right? Or was it just the one and only? So it only kills other yellow dragons. Okay. So we can leave our sword here, go get the black key. Ah! We should go try to see if this kills Okay, he must have disappeared. We have a black key, we can go to the black castle. Oh, there he is. Let's try this. Where'd you go there, wimp? Don't want to fight anymore? Back in here? I don't remember exactly where the Black Castle was, but it was up here. It was up there. Right? Yo, Paps.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you for the 11 months. Much appreciated. How you doing today? Oh, key goes to the magnet. So we can... wonder if this carries around multiple magnets or multiple keys or only the black keys. What does that do? Does this do anything? Okay, assume we have to drag these things along. Yeah, spoilers are fine for this. Okay, so that leaves behind Chalice back to the starting castle. Okay. Just the Chalice. Okay. Starting castle, I think, should be over here. Oh, it loops around. Dang it. I assume that's a full death. Yo, H.e.r.o, welcome. Thanks for the raid. I got Eden? Okay. I'm in the dragon. So is there any way to get out of the dragon? No lives. So that's the end of the game, I imagine. Yo, H.e.r.o, thank you. You're playing Love Adventure? Welcome, WWD Kong. We're playing a bunch of Atari 2600 games. New game every 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so let's start this then. Oh, you love the game. Sorry. It's an obvious thing to say. Alright, okay, so did it save my progress? No, because we don't have the sword now. Okay, there's the sword. I need to go kill the dragon. Or are you playing okay, so it does save your It saved it. The key in that chalice. I wonder if the chalice is back in the castle. Am I killing that thing? I don't think I am. Some JoJo's nice. My friend wants to make a JoJo pinball game. They want to retheme a game to JoJo. 4 dragons, each difficulty. Once they're dead, they're dead. Okay. Can you kill them with the same arrow, or is there different color arrows for different dragons? I should eventually be. I've never beaten this game. I did not have it as a kid. I think that the yellow... I can't tell if I'm dying there every time. There's just one sword. Okay. It's a seahorse. It's a seahorse. He won't. I wish he would follow me down to another screen. Oh, got swallowed. Well, poo. I would like to beat this, but it's not going to be today. Let's move on. Kangaroo. I remember this arcade game. The arcade game cabinet's awesome. The gameplay not so much. It's So what's the goal? Is it to kill every enemy? Or maybe collect... I probably gotta fight that guy at top. Because it looks like he keeps on spawning other ones. Get to the baby. Oh yeah, my baby's up there. Okay. Go save some babies. See what the bell does. The doorbell bell. Bell reloads the fruit. Okay. What does the fruit do? Just points? Sorry, I ask a lot of questions. Frick. Alright, let's start this one over. Okay. Just points. What are those, monkeys? They look like octopuses more than monkeys. Okay. Falling into the same pattern every single time. On that left ladder. Bruh! The frick? I can punch the apple, that's good to know. Alright, punch when I'm on the ladder. No. Dude, he even like cocked up and threw it right in my face. Timing does look pretty tough here.
Save the baby!
Ah! I'm not making that jump. Yeah, the timing on this game is pretty strict. Okay, we'll try walking further then. Ah, that's way too early. It's an up for jump game, so it's kind of hard to manage. Somewhat. The timing for the jumps. The button is the punch mechanic. I thought that was too early. He threw an apple from the tree. I didn't know they could do that. That stinks. The apple came out of nowhere. That's alright. Kangaroo. I think I'd probably rather play the arcade game, but that's not a bad version. Right. Freeway. I do not know Freeway. Toasty! Rand Scott, thank you for the follow. Got a Frogger clone here? What is this? There's only going back and forth. No left or right. Interesting. We played another game called Frostbite, which I thought was a really cool take on Frogger. You guys should check that out if you like Atari games. I like the honks. Some good honks. Yeah, it's probably mostly two-player. What if it's timed or what? Because when I get hit, you just get pushed back. It's not like a death. There's a fixed number? Okay, there's a timer. A little bit better than Barnstorming. Is that the game? That's probably the game. Alright. Donkey Kong. Alright, we'll play the original Donkey Kong as well as some of the homebrew stuff. So they've made a really good version of it before. Barnstorming is a blast multiplayer. What's different about it multiplayer? Maybe that's what I was missing. Oh, he's got like a full Snuggie on. Looks comfortable. These chocolate chip cookies look really good too. I honestly thought this version looked different. It was not what I remember it looking like. This is cutting edge. What? It's kind of BS that the fires start on the stage, dude. What's with that? BS. Excuse me? Freaking tail hit me. Yes, that is the gingerbread man. Oh, the fires are fast as crap too. Alright. Is it worse than this? I remember one looking even jankier than this. Maybe it's the Intellivision version. Maybe it's the Mario Bros. I'm thinking about. I have a feeling like the fire just go back and forth, but they don't go up and down the. I fell down like a dummy. I don't feel like they go up and down the ladders in this version. They should probably just trap them in the corner. The problem with that is that they're so darn fast. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, they don't. Okay. Like at least a good game here. That jump was really early. That shouldn't have worked. What are you doing, dude? I'm dumb. I can get this. I can get this. They do come back though. Okay. You're getting poker face. That's funny. Map, poker face. Alright, what's left? This top left one. Okay. This is just these two stages. What? My nose? Ah, dang. Alright, so that's the original Donkey Kong. Let's see what they were able to do here. I forgot what it's called. Don't think this is it. I remember there being a really good version. I think it was for Atari 2600. It might have been for Commodore 64. It might have been Commodore 64. Isn't there a really good home port of homebrew made version of Donkey Kong? I thought there was. This is just a sprite hack, it looks like. Barrels and Mario look better, though. I will give it that. Pauline looks better, too. This is the Atari 2600. I think it might have been Commodore 64 I'm thinking of. I thought there was a better version though. I don't know if it was recent, probably 2016, 2018. Well, this is 2600. That's what I'm saying. Not a big deal. I just thought there was a better version. It might have been Commodore 64. Let's look. Let's hop over there for just 1 second. No. I don't think it's Commodore 6. I swore it was Atari. Maybe it's like an 800 version? Probably not though. No, it's not the 800. What was it? This is it right here. So this is what I was thinking of. So that at least answers my question. This is Atari 7800. Let's just play like one level of it. It's really good. So again, this is Atari 7800, not the 2600. But this is what I was thinking of. This was like an expensive, like homebrew cart with expansion audio. That's all been incorporated into the MiSTer. Happy Swills, thanks for the follow. I was about to wreak havoc, dude. Dang it. I jumped. Alright. That's what I was thinking of, so I just had to play it once. Alright, back to the 2600. Centipede. Okay. Oh, we didn't check to see if there was a super chip version though. So we should check that too. There isn't. Okay. Never mind. Centipede. Never good at this arcade game. Very stressful, very fast-paced arcade game. Yo! Happy Swells, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Thanks for the follow and then instantly a sub, so... Thank you. Dang it. Dang it. Pretty good arcade port. This is a really... Whoa, dude. What a nasty configuration there. Game's so stressful. It's even harder with like the trackball, like the arcade setup. You can be a lot more accurate, though. Dang it. Oh, awesome, Peppy. Glad you're enjoying it. We do a lot of retro stuff like this, where we just deep dive into an old computer or console, so... This is the older stuff's your jam, you're in the right channel. And I have lots of archives up on YouTube of like Atari 800, Atari ST, Commodore 64, etc. So a lot of streams like this where we just try to find cool games. Yeah, and if you're watching on YouTube, they'll probably archive this on YouTube. Be sure to follow and like. And just know that most of my content does not get pushed to YouTube, so if you have a Twitch account, be sure to follow me over there. I normally archive these Explorer streams on YouTube, and they do really well. Dang it. Croc, if you're still here, do you know the compatibility arcade-wise for the Millipede and Centipede? Are they able to run off the same board and the same cabinet? Yeah, Stampede's on the list, but we haven't played Stampede yet. Stampede's a fun game, though. Alright, so let's move on here. Oh, this is cool. This is a conversion of Aztec challenge. I remember this game being really loud. What's the difference? PAL, okay. This is one of my favorite Atari 800 games. Alright, gotta focus here. So you jump. Oops. You jump and duck. We played Demon Attack earlier? I don't remember. I don't think so. What's up, Email Delete? Welcome. Life lost. Okay, so you can't hold down. That's what I wanted to test out there. You lose your balance, I guess. This game is cool. It has like 4 different stages, I think. At least the Atari 800 version does. It gets really difficult in the end. This is a really good port. Oh, does it not go into the different stages here? Yeah, I didn't, I've seen that name a couple times. I didn't know that they were a really good developer. We've played them tonight. Did they develop for other computers and consoles as well? Oh, the music. So I wonder, we probably don't even go into the pyramid here. Oh, the music, though. I don't think we played Demon Attack. We can actually check that out. So that was recommended one other time this stream. Ah! Isn't it? That was fast. Wasn't expecting it to be that fast. Okay. I just won't blink. I wonder if this has the later stages. That'd be amazing if this was like a super expanded version of Aztec Challenge. I doubt it though. I think it's probably only this stage. Oh dang. Yeah, probably just this stage. Still cool though. Another track. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I cracked out to the original game. I wanted to beat it. I found it during a game stream like this, and then I went back and played it for an hour or two, I think, because I wanted to beat it. Oh, really, Evan? Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, it's nice. I'm playing on a PVM today as well. Makes all the difference. See if it has another, like, song here. Okay, same song. Oh, Demon Tech. It's already on there. Good. Oh, this looks like Phoenix. Another iMagic game? Okay. Oh, sorry. Was Phoenix related to Centauri at all? Because the movement of these enemies look just like Phoenix. Come on, buddy. It's got the jukes. Uh-oh. Small ones. Oh, they split. Okay, I got it. I'm thinking these small ones might even run into me. It looks like they get really close. So they would run into you, but you just gotta let them go by. Okay. Thank God I'm doing this on an arcade stick. I can't imagine doing this on a on like an Atari joystick. Drifter, thanks for the follow. If you're just joining, we're playing Atari 2600 games today. These are all viewer recommendations. When I do these Game Explorer or the console or Computer Explorer exploratory streams, I ask on my Discord and Twitter what games people want to see played, or what their favorites are. So that's how all these games were selected. So feel free to follow me on any of those platforms to have future input. Dang it. On what games you want to see get played or checked out. I also do viewer choices every so often where I'll just do any console on the MiSTer and allow people to choose what games to play as well. This game's got some arcade action, I'll tell you that much. Dang, dude. Some like rubber banding going on too. Or really good AI that feels like rubber banding. I'll definitely put this in the list of... Yeah, there's rubber banding on the bullets. That stinks. Because when they're shooting and it drifts left or right, the bullets go with it. That's what keeps on killing me. MiSTer does have Game Boy. Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance. Exclamation point MiSTer to see more info on that, and you'll get a link to all the consoles and computers that are on it. Oh, the gimmick? Nice. Yeah, dude, I miss that so much. I miss having the access to that. That was fantastic. I'll borrow it again. I'll borrow that setup again in probably a year. We'll do runs of it again. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to share that off with people, since I'm such a huge normal gimmick fan. Where do you get a MiSTer? You build it. It's an open source console. That's this FPGA system we're playing on. Exclamation point support, and you'll get a list of all the distributors that I recommend. But you build a DE10 Nano. You buy a DE10 Nano, which is about 175 bucks. You buy RAM expansion, which is anywhere from 30 to 60, depending on how big of RAM you do. An SD card, and then that's your basic MiSTer. You need a either unpowered or powered USB hub. They have an official MiSTer one, which fits in cases and stuff like that, but you can use any other normal USB hub. And then there's an analog board you can add on if you want to get analog audio or audio and video out. And there's all kinds of funky cases you can do. I actually do MiSTer build streams on the... I do MiSTer streams on here where I build them for viewers. I've built over 200 for people now too. So you can also get on the list on my Discord if you want me just to build you one. But it's literally just pushing parts together and then following like an SD installation tool. If you've ever built like a Raspberry Pi or configured an emulator, it's as easy as that. There's an update, you hook it up to the internet, and there's an update script you run, and it downloads all the cores and sets up mostly, all of the SD card, and then you just drag over the ROMs. And it's fantastic. It's hardware emulation, so there's no input lag. It's one of the coolest retro things I've ever been a part of or experienced. So yeah, that game rules. Demon Attack. I need to add that on me liking it. Give me a second here. I'm gonna mark the other games that I missed for liking. Definitely the Aztec challenge. Adventure, Atlantis, Barnstorming. I'm trying to make sure I didn't forget any of these. Alright. Oh yeah, the old, I forgot about that Old podcast episode, yeah. Enduro. So, Emily, welcome. You can run by the RAM card and heatsink, yeah. So you can some cores don't require the RAM, and you can run most 90%, 95% of the games with just a 32 megabit SD RAM versus the 128. The 128 you're gonna need for some of the Neo Geo games and then some of the CPS1, CPS2 arcade games. Built MiSTer for Andy. I did. I built it for Andy and Scoot, a bunch of streamers, a bunch of different streamers. I've built their MiSTers. Spooky games, bunch of people. Retro Pals. The Game Boy Advance used to require some of the bigger ones. I think Game Boy Advance can completely run off the SD RAM or the DDR3 now. And that happened like a month ago or 2 months ago. All right, let's check this out. Jeez. We look like a spider. You know what I haven't seen, and I'm surprised by it. Is there no Jeff Minter games on here? Jeff Minter makes stuff? Maybe we'll see that in the next stream. Cause I always really like early Jeff Minter stuff. Some Llama Soft stuff. Yeah, feel free to the best if you want to get on my MiSTer list. I do runs about every other month now, and I announced wanting to do one here recently. I'm just waiting on hearing back from my supplier about parts. Join my Discord. That's the best way. Exclamation point Discord or exclamation point social, I think. And I announce it on there, and I also announce it on Twitter. But the Discord's a lot better place. Did very few games, so he's probably he was busy with the Commodore 64 or dang it. Thank you, Jeff. I mean, this is impressive for the time, but it's not really fun. I forgot what that... We found some really cool buggy game where you jump over stuff on the Atari 800 that I really, really liked. Or was it the Commodore 16? I don't remember. It's one of those two. No, it wasn't Jumpman. I think it was on the Commodore 16. Oh, yeah. Was that it? Is that it, Krog? Maybe. That's a good game. Yeah, it was Buggy Boy. I'm pretty sure it was Buggy Boy that I really liked. I think that was it. Alright, that's Enduro. It's alright. Most of the Activision stuff is really solid, so. We got H.e.r.o. This is a LucasArts game, isn't it? think it is. No? Activision. Okay. This is not the game I thought it was. I was thinking of Mule because of the way that the letters are spaced out. This game looks cool though. Save the people. Blow stuff up. Don't get eaten by a spider. It's a little loud. I have a laser beam too? So wait. How do I fly again? I have to hold up? Okay. Just have to hold up. Okay. You know, I haven't really seen any game. There's a couple games on the Amstrad CPC that kind of blow away some of these Atari 2600 games. And that's with a limited, that's with a more limited palette and processor, right? Or is the CPC stronger than this? The CPC always has banging music too. It's probably a more powerful computer. Oh yeah. Oops. Oh, they're using the same sprites. Okay, that's a no. Ah! Boo. I get it. I get it. One more credit. Yeah, before the MiSTer, I had a bunch of original consoles and then EverDrives for everything almost. It's no longer really needed with the MiSTer. It's pretty much everything you need. I got hit by that guy last time too. Dang it. It'd be a fun speed run. Can I go up and over? No, I can't. Yeah, I hope the PS1 core eventually happens. We'll see. Later 3XA might return to it, or somebody might pick it up. But there's still hope. Why did I do that? Let me start over. Saturn core is looking really good though. Why? Every time? I wonder what the core Michael Pipe is working on, because he's been showing teasers, and a lot of people think it's the 3DO. So a 3DO in the MiSTer would be amazing. There's a lot of, like, I know the 3DO gets a lot of slack, but there actually is some really good games on there, and ports. Like, there's an amazing version of Starblade on there. There's, like, Way of the Warrior, which is a really bad fighting game, but it's so bad it's good. There's my favorite version of Road Rash. It's amazing. There's a really good Street Fighter, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on there, as well as Samurai Showdown. So that would be I'd be really excited about a 3DO core. I grew up I traded my my Genesis. Hold on. I traded my Genesis 32X and Sega CD and all my games to buy a 3DO as a kid because of Samurai Showdown and because of that Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo port. Yeah, the Saturn cord looks good. So that was H.e.r.o. That was actually really cool. I'm gonna mark that as something I want to look into again. And I think we have one more game. So I'll most likely stream again tomorrow or Tuesday, and we'll continue this. We'll continue this M through Z for the Atari 2600. Cosmic Arc. Another iMagic game. Virtual Boy would be really cool. CDI would be great. Yep. What? Oh, it's like Space Zap. Okay. So I'm pointing the direction here. Yeah, look at this. Look at those little people. I'm gonna laser you! Ah! Abduct! 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 Well, this is awesome. I've seen video footage of what we just did, but I never knew what game it was. This is really cool. What is that? Is that like a laser defense system there? Looks like it. This is interesting. So I'm tapping the direction of the rocks when they're showing up, so that's why I said it was like Space Zap. That's an incoming alarm, so I might have to go back to the ship, defend, and then go back down again. Okay. Oh, and those rocks take off health. Okay. I get it now. I wish the ship, the UFO here, moved a little bit faster, but that's my only concern. I think it would be possible, because all those Laserdisc systems are Sharp 68 or 68K based with a Laserdisc. Be awesome. Have like Space Ace. So I wonder if the purple ones are power-ups. So there's two different rock colors there. Okay, so I thought eventually the laser would come down to the very bottom level. It's alright. Alright, get back in and defend. Huh, okay. Okay, I wanted to see what the pink one did. It still blows up my ship. Okay. Oh, come on! So I went back to the same planet to get the last guy. Okay. Oof. The skin's red. Oof. That laser defense is nasty, this one. I think they have rips of a lot of those, though. They already have rips, so... Because, I mean, you can emulate it in Daphne. So I'm sure that wouldn't be a concern. Is that ding me getting hit? No, I think the ding is me getting full health or something. I don't know what that is. It's not getting hit, because getting hit makes me blow up. Really? Dude, it's so fast now. It's intense. Ah! It's so fast. I'm hitting direction for every time meteor shows up here. And I'm about dead. That game is awesome. That was Cosmic Arc. That's definitely getting added to the liked list. Cosmic Arc. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Macaw. They're playing, what's Macaw playing? Thunder in Paradise, the Hulk Hogan game. So I think that should be pretty interesting. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for all the support today. The raids and the resubs, and it's always appreciated. And we'll be continuing the stream tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then Tuesday. Yeah, and if you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to subscribe, thumbs up, and follow the link down below to get over to my Twitch to see all of the actual streams that don't get archived. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll see you guys most likely tomorrow or Tuesday.